All right, folks, we are set to go. This is round number 1 in pro. First pair up on the line, we have Tom Harhart out of Elysburg, 62 Impala down to 1425. 1507 for Tim Mizzle. 2012 Chevy van. Red light start for the van. 011. Tom Harhart will advance to the next round. He dialed up 1425. Gets it the big side of 1422. 94 miles an hour. That's going to cause a redial. Up comes John Northrup. Behind the wheel of that Camaro, dialed in at 1050. 1021 for Tim Vaught in the 78 Malibu. Well, these guys, a pair of green lights left behind. Going to take it down into the quarter mile stripe. The winner is John Northrup. Runs a 10:51 on a 10:50 at 121. The loss was a 10:19 on a 10:21. A bit too fast. John Northrup advances. Danny Tice up next out of Bridgewater, New Jersey, 1960. Well, that's actually a Monte Carlo SS, not a 68 Camaro. Vinny Domino, far side. Driving that pretty cool Camaro. And Vinny Domino picks up the win, goes a 905 on a 904 at 138. The loss was an 11.892, a breakout by 8 thousandths of a second. Ray Keown's up next with the 67 Mercury Cougar. Dialed in 922. 1025 for John in the Corvette in the far side. And this was decided with a red light. Ray Keown goes 026 red. John in the Corvette takes the win. Goes a 10:23 and a 10:25 at 130 miles an hour. Here's Joe Shank, 70.5 Camaro in the Freeland Harley-Davidson side. Dialed in at the 10:30 and a 10:54 for the Biondo Racing Product side is Emily Sabo out of Lewisburg, 73 Nova. Well, one of these cars got a whole lot better light than the other one. See what happens at the big side. This is a double breakout contest won by Emily Sabo. A lot better light, 028 to 193. Breaks out the least, a 10:52 and a 10:54. The loss was a 10:26. And this is Chris Connor. He's dialed 10:11 with that 80 Malibu out of Wilmington, Delaware. Ryan Rubel, 1181 on the window of that Mustang. On to round number 2 goes Chris Connor. Goes a 10:18 on the 10:11. 124 miles an hour, 11:83 on the 11:81. This one was decided to tree 041 to a 110. Mike Dugan is our next competitor, Tower Side. Good looking Camaro out there down to 969. Joe Dietrich out of Balipier behind the wheel of his Camaro. A little bit quicker, he's down in 871. Another one decided by a red light. This one, Mike Dugan, 003 red. Joe Dietrich goes 032 on the tree, goes 866 on the 871 at 155. Rob Fortuna in Tower Side Lane is down to 1908. 964 for Kyle Core out of Myerstown with that beautiful Super Big. We'll call it basically a 10-second head start. That is awful hard to watch when you are in that fast car. Lots of concentration needed for this. Well, there goes the big Mopar trying to gun down the truck, see if he does it at the top end. Coming up to the stripe, Kyle Core takes a wing, goes a 965 on a 964, 045 on the tree. The loss was a 1919 on the 1908, but 116 on the tree. Loses that at both ends of the racetrack. Bob Keown's 88 S10 is down at 1006 to a 1260 for Steve Herford. The 67 Camaro. Another red light. This one goes out to the far side. 092 red. Bob Keown moves on. Dial 1006 goes to 1001 at 132. What we're seeing so far in Pro is a lot of red lights and a lot of breakouts. Weather definitely is changing a bit. Picked up a bit of a tailwind according to the flag. And that does make a difference. There's Barry Gertz. 1015 dial. The ADL Camino in a 1009 for the far lane. Far lane on to the win, 1020 on a 1009 at under 30 miles an hour. The loss was at 1026 on a 1015. The 132 is a 3 thousandths margin of victory. They were only 2 thousandths apart at the start. Brings up the 96 Mustang. That's Ray Barlow. He's looking to get a 964 at the other end. Brian Tordella, 1967 Camaro's dialed in, 1063. Ford Chevy matchup, and the winner's going to go to the Ford Mustang, Ray Barlow, a 964.8 on a 964. 062 on the tree. The loss was a 1057 on a 1063. 095. Brian again losing that on both sides of the track. And Randy Shiley 2002 Camaro's down at $8.99. Shannon Fordyce with a 10.07. And Randy Shiley red lights away, double 04 red light. Shannon Fordyce a very good 018 light. Dialed 10.07, goes 10.11 and 118 miles an hour and sees round 2. West 10 pickup truck here into Freeland Harley-Davidson Lane is Jeremy Gertz out of Lancaster. 10.03 on the window. Shane Nichols into Mustang. Over there in the Biondo Racing Products side dial 10.07. Well, these guys are pretty much on the tree, but Shane Nichols a little bit quicker. 003 to an 013 takes a win with a 10.08 on a 10.07. The loss was a 10.05 on a 10.03. Emily Allenbach is down to 10.23, a little S10 here in the Tower side lane. Gabe Ertz, 67 Camaro, over in the Biondo side with a 9.72. Emily red lights us away, 046 red. Gabe Ernest. Dial to 972, goes to 967 at 137. '80 Plymouth Valari, that is Jason Lieber, dialed at 1110 and a 1010 for Roy Hall out of Emmaus, Pennsylvania. 1983 Firebird. Now both these drivers leaving behind green lights and the win. And a double breakout contest goes to Roy Hall. Breaks out the lead, goes 10.06 on the 10.10 at 133. The losing effort of an 11.03 on the 11.10. The better light did go to Jason, 017 to 032, but not covered at the big side. Here's Austin Yount, 71 Chevy Vegas, down to 977. With 16.55 for the Chevy pickup truck of Nate Mendenhall. Austin Yount takes a win, goes to 979 on a 977. 133, the loss was a 16.67. As Nate gave up the stripe. He was 006 on the tree to Austin's 072. Jake Nars, 65. Chappelle sits here in the Freeland Harley-Davidson side, dialed in at the 923. 962 for Mark Price. Far side, Mustang. And Jake Nar picks up the win. 000 reaction time goes to 9:23.7 on a 9:23. It's a 7 package. Losing effort of a 964 on a 962. Mike Franek ready to go here, 70 Dodge Dart. His opponent was to be Mike Mackey. Not sure what happened with Mike's car, but he did back it off. So the Dodge Dart gets a solo. Dialed at 10:06. And stopped. The clock's at the big side at 10:02. Was 040 on the tree, 132 miles an hour. Next up, a little S10 pickup truck is Rory Krupp. His dial in is a 1065. 1170 for Brad Evans with the Malibu. Red light start for Brad Evans, 075 red. Rory Krupp is your winner. 028 reaction, out at 1065, runs at 1058 at 127. And up next is Resurrection Vega. Don Garloff Analytics is down to 905. 909 for Ray Price. Mustang over the far side. Pair of green lights for these guys. Double breakout contest won by Don Garloff. Goes a 9:04.8 on a 9:05. The loss was a 9:08.7 on a 9:09. It was a 1,000th margin of victory. Tight race. Kurt Holland's up next out of Whitehall, Pennsylvania. 1979 Camaro dialed in at 9:45. 9 flat for Paul Stravinsky in the Big Mopar. And going to round number 2 will be Kurt Holland. Runs a 9:46 on the 9:45 at 140 miles an hour. Paul goes 9:01 on the 9 flat at 1:48. He was a little bit behind on the tree. 0:28 for the winner to an 0:51 for Paul. Monte Carlo SS Tower Side Lane down into the 9:53 to a 10 flat for Tom Diano out of Slavington, PA with the Dodge Dart. And wing goes to the Tower Side, 9:54 on the 9:53 and 1:25. The loss was at 9:96 on the 10 flat. Jed Nar's up next. Very cool down in the weeds. Camaro down in 8:95 to a 9 flat. Chris Capriso. That is the 66 Nova. Chris's day is done. 007 red light. Jake Narr. He advances, goes an 894 on the 895 at 147 miles an hour. Brian Ottawano ready to go out of Maple Shade, New Jersey. 70 Dodge Dart is down in 1169 to 1150 for Dave Harvey out of Berlin, New Jersey. 80s. The old Mopar. Dave Harvey red lights this one away. 001 red light. 008 on the tree is Brian, and he turns at 11:76 and 11:69 and 113. Terry Nyman's up next out of Pottstown here in the Freeland Harley-Davidson side. 68 Chevy Nova's dialed in at a 10:16. 10:20 for John Jenkins, 72 F100 pickup. Pro Dial, second round qualifying will take you into 5 and 6. Pro Dial, final qualifying into 5 and 6. Pro Dial into 5 and 6, final qualifying. I need you down here into 5 and 6. Pro Dial. John Jenkins picks up the win, goes a 10:23 on a 10:20 at 119. The loss was a 10:14 on a 10:16. Another breakout. Brings up the 04 GTO of Terry Benton is dialed in, 11:06. 11:08 for Mike Vanderhoof, 1984 Cutlass. And Mike Vanderhovel picks up this win, goes an 11:11 on the 11:08 at 117. The loss was an 11:06.9 on the 11:06 at 122. It was an 0:22 late for the winner to the 0:78, and that's where this race was won. Jeremy Stoker, cool little Camaro dialed in at 10:08 to the 11:39 for Paul Costley in the Costley Toy Monte Carlo. Again, Pro Dial, final qualifying. We need you in 5 and 6. Pro Dial, final qualifying. We need you in 5 and 6. And on to round number 2 goes Jeremy Stoker. 10:10 on the 10:08 at 126. Breakout loss of an 11:36 on the 39 for Paul Costley. Kevin Fahey, 2015 Charger out of Old Forge, PA, is dialed in at 12:35. 12:10 for Anita Stoker, 70 Chevy Nova. Well, Kevin Fahey in the Modern Muscle Mopar takes the win, goes at 12:40 on the 12:35. He was 008 on the tree. Anita was way behind at the start of a 2:38 light, goes a 12:13 on the 12:10. Blaze Rea, 1984 Cutlass, dialed in 11:82 to the 960 for Harry Bartman. Harry Bartman throws this one away. 25 red light. Blaze Rea, 004 on the tree. Dialed at 11:82, goes at 11:84, and goes to round number 2. And that makes room for Ivan Newman out of Warwick, Maryland. Really cool Mustang Fox body machine with a single wheelie bar, dialed in at 10:32. 12:46 for Don Metz. Pontiac Firebird, 1987 vintage. And Ivan bulbs it away, 009 red. Don Metz, he goes 055 on the tree, 12:46 is his guess, and goes a 12:55 at 108. Makes room for the Silver Chapelle. That is Paul Northrup, dialed in at 11:51 and 10:12 for Walter Morgan out of Clark Summit, 69 Camaro. Paul Northrup, a little bit too soon at the start, 006 red light. Walter Morgan's going to be your winner. 0:53 reaction time. Dial to 10:12 goes at 10:08 at 1:32. Chevy Camaro here in the Freeland Harley-Davidson side is Brad Northrup. 74 Nova in the Biondo Racing Products side. Dial to 10:08 is Ron Reese. Brad Northrup would like to see a 946 up on the board. And down to the quarter-mile stripe, your winner is going to be Ron Reese. Runs a 10:12 on a 10:08, 0:11 on the tree. The loss was a 9:47 on the 9:46 with an 0:65 light. So Ron Reese advances. Next we're over the little 66 Chevy 2 of Kevin Mendenhall. Down to 10 flat to an 11:62 for Dave Harvey. 79 Lamont. Well, a pair of green lights these guys leave behind. Going to be a battle down to the 13:20 and see who it's going to be. Taking the win is Dave Harvey. Runs an 11:64 and 11:62 at 110 miles an hour. The loss, a breakout, 9:97 on the 10 flat. Kevin Mendenhall had the better light, 0:05 to Dave Harvey's 0:29, but ran a little bit too quick. Brian Lutz is up next out of Danville, PA. Well, that's actually an S10 pickup. Dialed in at an 11:10, a 19:15 for Brian Volman. Looking at about an 8-second head start right here. And some careful staging down here for the S10s. Well, Brian Lee's just about to point at the 330 where Brian is. See if he can reel him in at the big side. But he does not. Brian Volman picks up the win, goes a 19:21 on a 19:15. Not the better late 0:15 or 0:59. 69 miles an hour. The loss was a 10:94. A big breakout on that 11:10. And here is Steve Van Kernest, 1994 Camaro. Dial to 919 here in the Freeland Harley-Davidson side. Over in the Beyond Race Product side, Chris Call. Driving Bill Cohen's wagon, dial to 1153. And Dick's Radiator Service, Chris Call, synonymous. Keeps this car cool. It's triple entered yesterday. Well, clean and green for both of these cars. The battle's going to be won at the big side. And going to round number 2 will be Chris Kalk. Goes an 11:53.7 on the 11:53 guess at 111 miles an hour. The losing effort was a 9:17 breakout on the 9:19 at 145 miles an hour. And it looks like that will wrap it up for round 1. Eliminations for Pro. We have Pro Dial. This will be their final qualifying. Over in 5 and 6, we'll be set to go with them in just a moment. All right, Pro Dial, this is final call. If you are not in the lanes, you are officially late. We are getting ready to run. All right, folks, here we go. This is going to be Pro Dial. This is going to be their final qualifying session. So I'm at his tower side lane up against the Camaro. Right now, Joe Dietrich is on top of the leaderboard with a 001. We have 00s the whole way down to number 9. Double 04 red light tower side, 033 green for the Camaro. And he's going to stop the timers first with a 967 at 137 to an 1149, 115 miles an hour. 96 Corvette, Rich Saluski out of Bear Creek, PA, and Bill Wackerman with a 99 Camaro. 039 and 041 lights, respectively. And Rich Saluski turns an 1153, 119 to an 1149 for Bill at 117. Ron Razor and Jacob Mattis all set to go. 81 Fairmont wagon against a 2014 Mustang here in final qualifying. And Jacob Mattis goes an 1175, 118 miles an hour to 1252 for Ron at 107. Capri versus Mustang. Mad Dog here in the tower side. 80 Capri against Eugene Nicole, far lane. Very good lights, 011 to a 006. And stopping the timers, Mad Dog runs 994, 135 miles an hour for Eugene. It is a 10-10. Denny Tice up next with Monte Carlo SS and Ryan Rubel. Far side on the wheel of the Mustang. 042 and 024. And Denny gets down there at 1182, 114 miles an hour for Ryan. It is an 1178 at 113. Chris Connor in the tower side is up against Bill Doxey, the 68 Camaro, here in our final qualifying session in Pro Dive. 011 and 038 reaction. And Chris stops the timers in the big side with a 10.09, 131 miles an hour for Bill. It is a 12.48 at 110. Joe Dietrich still atop that leaderboard with that 001. Dick Duncan, 67 Camaros up against Dave Bizzle out of Collegeville at 90 Mustang. .014 and 051 reactions. And time for Mike is a 9:69 at 136 miles an hour. 9:98 for Dave at 1:38. Todd Stevenback is all set to go with his Camaro. And that is Robert Croce far side with the big Suburban. And Todd stops the clocks at the big side at 8:93 and 151 miles an hour. Time coming up for the Suburban is a 17:04 and 82 miles an hour. And doing a little bit of touch-up over on the other side. Super Pro Door Cars are going to put you on standby. We're going to call you very shortly. Super Pro Door Cars. Don't come down yet. We're putting you on standby. We're going to call you shortly. Super Pro Door Cars on standby. Next pair up, we have the 96 Mustang in the Breland lane. That is Albert. Out of New Jersey, Jeff Krasinski. Yonder Race Products side. Camaro. Oh, 73 and 005. Jeff Krasinski stopping the clocks, 881, 151 miles an hour to a 1023 and 133. Dan Wally, Tower Side out of Reading, PA, 7500, they call Lou's Toy. John Pelliccia in a very cool looking pickup truck. .020 and .024. And getting down to the other side, the pickup truck runs a 907 at 148. For Dan, it's a 999 with the 9 at 123. Thousands off 10-0. John Northrup is up next here in that pretty cool little Camaro. That is a 2017 Camaro far side. .030 to an .037. And Mark getting to the big side first, stopping the clocks with a 10.06 at 132, a 10.44 at 128 for John. Jack Mullins, Tower Side Lane, pretty cool little Mustang. Kevin Corn, the far side with a big super big. .065 and .063. And Kevin gets down here, goes on 977, 139. 10.04 for Jack at 135. John Schaefer, Tim Vaught set to go. 90 S10 up against the Malibu. 45, 029 are the reactions. Tim Vaught arrives first with a 10.17, 131 miles an hour, with 11.59 at 101. All right, this time we need Super Pro Door Cars. Super Pro Door Cars. We need you in lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Door Cars. Super Pro Door Cars. We need you into 1 and 2. This will be round 1 eliminations. Super Pro Door Cars. 1 and 2 for round 1 eliminations. Aaron Stoker up next. Vinny Bronca, far side. That is the very cool little Firebird. And very cool little negative, Dallas. 020 and 013 lanes. And Aaron Stoker, 884, 149 miles an hour to a 10:03 at 139 for Vinny. Tower side, we have Brian Hoover set to go with the Hoover family race team. Camaro, Chris Sikorsky, a 67 Le Mans. 022 and 020 light. And the Le Mans is going to get there first. Goes 996, 128 to a 1021 at 130. Again, Super Pro door cars. We need you in 1 and 2 Super Pro door cars into 1 and 2. This will be round 1 eliminations. Eric Reednow's are out of Quakertown, 57 Chevrolet. Far side, Chevy Camaro. Double 07 to a and a 57 stopping the clocks with a 10:15, 133 miles an hour to a 12:73, 108 miles an hour. Melanie Murphy up next here, 89 S10, and Jeff Hughes, 2013 Mustang. And Melanie Murphy gets down there, goes at 1067 to 126 to a 1352 for Jeff at 107. Rita Schaefer and Bob Hoffner getting it done, a 12:46 to a 12:31. Jason Lieber up next here, 80 Plymouth Volare and Dave Revadas, 2007 Mustang. And Dave makes it to the big side, goes 10:09, 125 to 11:10 and 121. Resurrection Vega is Don Garloff, 74 Chevy Vega. Keith Zimmerman, Chevy Camaro out there for the PA, is over to Biondo side. .055 and .050 reaction times. And Super Pro door cars, we've called you into 1 and 2. We need you down here. Dragsters are on standby. We're going to call you very shortly. 901, 147 to a 994 at 136. Ray Anderson, 65 Dodge Dart up against John Jenkins, 72 F100. Anderson goes a 10 flat with a 7, 132 to a 1019 at 125 for John. Brings up the Camaro, Brad Northrop. He's up against Ron Reese here, 74 Nova. counting them down here in Pro Dial. Couple of good lights right there, 018 to 016. And Brad Northrup, 9:45, 141 miles an hour, to 10:03 at 129 for Ron. Up next here in the Vreeland side, that is Jake Nahr, 65 Chevelle, Tim Allenbach out of Reading, 2000 S10. Over in the Biondo side. And Jake Nahr makes it down to the other side at 9:47. 122 miles an hour to a 10:19 at 1:30. All right, at this time we will need Super Pro Dragsters for round 1 eliminations into 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragsters, we need you in 3 and 4. This will be round 1 elimination. Super Pro Dragsters, 3 and 4, please. Blaze Rain, Tower Side Lane, Joe Dietrich over the Biondo side. 012 and 035 are the reaction times. And Joe gets down there, goes at 8:68 at 155 miles an hour and 11:88 at 111. Brings up Jed Nahr, 68 Chevy Camaro out of Pottstown. Dave Honey, far side Chevy Camaro. Double 02 reaction time for the far side. Dave Honey gets down there at 11:55 at 116. And for Jed, it was an off-pace run. Thing launched fine, but laid down after that. Kevin Mendenhall out of Parkersburg, 66 Nova. Mike Vanderhubel out of Elkton, Maryland, 1984 Cutlass. .016 and .040 reaction time. And Kevin getting to the big side, 997. 110 miles an hour and 11:06 for Mike at 1:19. Dave Henry, 79 Le Mans, and Paul Costley, 1980 Monte Carlo are up next. Red light start 002 and Paul Costley 085. All right, and that is Pro Dial. We have Super Pro. Round 1 eliminations in the lanes. Start off with the door cars, and the dragsters are coming into 3 and 4. And as needed, we will overflow them into 5 and 6. All right, and here we go. It is Super Pros going to start things off with door cars. 8th mile, eliminations, round number 1. Ray Keown in the Freeland side down to 588 to 593. In the Biondo side, that is Mark Simler. Mark Simler picks up the win, goes a 595 on the 593 at 118. The loss was a 590 at 115 miles an hour. It was an 012 to an 018. It was a 9 thousandths margin of victory. Mark advances. Brings up that very cool pickup truck. That is Rob Fortuna out of Holly, PA. Down to 496 to a 639 for Brian Source in the S10 pickup. Battle of the pickup trucks is won by Brian Source. Runs a 639.4 on the 639, 015 on the tree. The loss was a 501 on the 496. Rob could not cover the dial. He had a better light of an 012. Brian Source advances. Mark Dennebaum's Corvette Tower Side Lane is down to 565, 590 for Dalton Rolls out of Muncie, PA in his pickup truck. Mark Dennebaum onto the win, 565.7 on a 565, 121. A losing effort of a 589 on a 590. They were 3 thousandths apart at the start. George Neitlinger out of Warrington, big wheel standing 69, Chevelle down to 558. 587, Jeff Krasinski. Triple enter today. Chevy Camaro. Jeff Krasinski onto the win. A lot better light. 004 to 052 goes 588 on the 587 at 113. The loss was a 563. At 120, George was late on both ends of the track. Austin Yount's up next, down in a 619 to a 551. Dom Balducci out of Voorhees, New Jersey with a Race Tech Roadster. Pair of good lights. Austin Yount's going to be your winner. He was better by 3 thousandths with that 005. Double breakout contest. He runs a 618.9 on a 619. The loss, 550 with a 7 on a 551. That's a 2 thousandths margin of victory. And Austin crossed 1,500 before him. That is the best racing we've seen yet. Scott McCormick, 70 Nova. Harry Bartman, 92 Dakota. 601 to a 605, and going around number 2, Harry Bartman goes 6050 on a 605 with a 001 light. Scott McCormick's losing effort, 6005 on the 601. Another 4 thousandths of a second margin of victory on that. Real good racing here. Everybody's getting it figured out with this weather. A little bit cooler today compared to yesterday. Jack Grader of Perkiomen's Mill, 1988 T-Bird is dialed in, 526. 622 from James Mosier out of Williamstown with the Mustang. James Bossier advances 622.6 on the 622, 110. The loss was a 628 on the 626. A little bit better light went out to Jack by just a little bit, but James picked it up at the big side. 8,000 margin of victory helped him out. Rick Mattinelli's up next, 608. Dial. And it looks like Rick is experiencing some trouble down there and is not going to make the call. Tommy Zimmerman, far side, beyond their race side, down to 525. Gets a buy into the second. Competition buy. 68 Camaro out of pack side. It was 010 on the tree, runs 524.1 on the 525 and 133. Next pair set to go here in door car is Stace Schroeder, the checker out Lumina out of Sunbury. Down to 507, a 588 for Steve Spencer, the Nissan Z car. Well, Steve Spencer broke. We'll see what happens here at the other side. And Stace Schroeder picks up the win, goes a 520 on that 507 as he knew his opponent was in trouble. So, unfortunately, Steve Spencer had the water there at the end of the paint. Perhaps we'll have to get him pushed back if he can't get it running. So we're going to be able to hold here for just a moment. All right, a reminder that we have some good food that we serve up here each and every race day at Numidia Dragway. In behind the main grandstands, Goody Booth is down there as well. Stop down and check it out as you get a moment. All right, they are calling for the wheel dollies out there. So we'll get that out there and get the car pushed back. As we are counting them down here in Super Pro. Or Pro Duck. All right, so Bill just told me.
Cutting-edge technology, attention to detail, and rigorous testing under race conditions are the principles that make ATI Performance products great. For more than half a century, we've been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and we want to make our passion your performance. Get the whole ATI Performance product story at ATIRacing.com.
SRS Fitness, Inc. is an independent service company that provides prompt professional repairs by certified and factory-trained technicians, preventative maintenance, and parts to the fitness community. We serve customers in the Mid-Atlantic region. We realize that a positive professional relationship with our clients is as important as repairing their fitness equipment. Dedication to customer satisfaction is the key to our success. Our goal is to proficiently repair your fitness equipment while providing an outstanding customer experience. We handle most major brands and proudly serve the needs of commercial, corporate, industrial, government agencies, and residential customers. Our technicians boast several decades of industry knowledge, and they look forward to helping you fix your stuff. Please visit our website at www.srsfitnessinc.com to learn more.
All right, so yesterday in 1150, Dave Harvey Sr. had the best but losing package in round number one. So that is Dave Harvey Sr. And again, that is worth $75. You can stop up to the ATI tent for that. All right, folks, count them down here as we get our way through Super Pro with Jim Fordyce. Tower side lane, very cool looking Corvette dialed in at a 486. 682 for Carly Wolf with the Mustang. Taking it down to the 660. Your winner is going to be Jim Fordyce. Goes a 487 triple or a double 06 on the tree. Losing effort was a 681-1 on the 682, out by 9 thousandths and 030 on the tree. 2,000's margin of victory. Jim Fordyce advances. 84 Corvette here at the Vreeland side out of Bangor, PA is Brian Knopf. Dialed to 555 and a 638 for Mark Sabo out of Emmaus, PA. That's 27 Roadster. And Mark Sabo on to round number 2. Runs a 640 on a 638, 102 miles an hour. The loss was a 555 with a 4 at 125. Mark Sabo a better light, 024 to an 051, a 4,000's margin of victory, and he moves on. The West 10 pickup truck is down into the 672, 582 for the far side. That is the 67 Cougar. Pickup truck takes a wing, goes a 677 with 672 at 98 miles an hour. 010 on the tree. The loss a 587, but way late at the start. Jason Castetter, 07 M&M chassis machine. His dial in is a 479. 482 for Joe Barish out of West Wyoming in the 07 Dragster. Big block Chevy's apparel. Wing goes to Joe Barish, gets there with a 482-0 and a 482-019 on the tree. The loss of 478-9. A breakout by 1,000th of a second. Joe was a little bit better on the tree, 019 to an 032. Jeff Duck is in the Towerside Lane, Mifflintown, Pennsylvania, down to 466. 463 for Vinny Domino. 2013 Race Tech Dragster. This one's done at the start. Vinny goes red by 012. Jeff Duck, 006 on the tree, runs a 465.9 on the 466 and will move on. Pizzolato all set to go with his dragster down at 450. 475 for Adam Beauchamp. Wing goes to Adam Beauchamp, better on the tree, 012 to 047, goes 476 on the 475 at 139. The loss was a 449.6 out by 4 thousandths for Matt, and Adam moves on. Brings up the unleashed dragster, Dave Rubel. Bethlehem, PA, dialed into 454. And a 475 for Tom Hoover out of Danville and the Hoover Family Racing Dragster. Tom Hoover picks up the win, double red. He was red the least, picks it up with a 478 on the 475 at 144. Jack Ostrowski in a big block blown dragster down into the 438. 511 for Kim Smith out of Muncie, PA to 92 S&W chassis machine. Ostrowski goes 001 red. Kim Smith to the win, 511 with a 2 on the 511, 054 on the tree, advances to the next round. Frank Mark is your next competitor here in the Vreeland Harley-Davidson side. 2005 Race Tech dragster down into the 537, 491 for the Biondo race side. And Frank Mark picks up the win, goes 537.0 on the 537 with a 12 light. The loss was a 490 with a 7 on a 491, out by 3 thousandths, 029 on the tree. And Frank Mark moves on. Jimmy DiCiacco in the Freeland side out of Hopewell, New York. Down in at a 439. 497 for Mike McGlynn out of Duryea in the 2000 Race Tech car. Mike McGlynn is your winner, goes 499 and the 497, 027 reaction time. Losing effort of a 439 on a 439 at 157. The difference was at the tree. 11 thousandths margin of victory, and Mike McGlynn is your winner. Moves on. Bob Bennett just completed his burnout here in the tower side, down into the 469. 604 for Mike Barber out of Douglasville in the 92 Fox Body Mustang. And Robert Bennett picks up the win, 470 on the 469, 139. 009 on the tree, 015 for Mike Barber at the trees, 05 on the 604. That's a 2 here. The 99 Mullis chassis machine is 457. Tim Armstrong in the Biondo side on the Belleville. .477 dial on the dragster. And Mark Ernest, his dial is a 455. Mark Ernest is your winner. Goes 456 on the 455 and 148.003 on the tree. The loss a 478 on the 477, 15 thousandths margin of victory. All right, our 12.5 index and 11.50 index. 12.50 and 11.50. You are on standby. We're going to call you in for your first round of eliminations very shortly. Do not come in yet. 1250, 1150 index. We'll need you in the lanes in a little bit, but you're on standby right now. Cody Hoover, Dave Daniels all set to go. Dave Daniels on the win, goes 488 on the 487, 141. The loss was a 479 on the 478 at 143. Brings up George Gentile, 2005 Race Tech machine down to 470 to 487 for Jimmy Zimmerman. All right, right now we will take the 12.5 index cars into 1 and 2. 12.5 index cars into 1 and 2. 12.5. This will be your first round of eliminations. 1 and 2, please. And Jimmy Zimmerman picks up the win, 488 on the 487, 141. The loss was a 471 on a 470, 144. A lot better light for Jimmy, 015 to an 063 did it. John Croce just completed his burnout. Tower side lane, far lane that is TC Smith down to 466 to the 469. So 1250, round number 1. We need you in 1 and 2, please. Going to round number 2 will be John Croce. Runs a 470 on the 469 to 136. The loss was a 468 on the 466 at 147. Let's take our 1150 index into 3 and 4, please. 1150. 1150 index into 3 and 4. 1150 index, 3 and 4. Bob Kalipski is up next here out of the Freeland Harley Davidson side. 07 S&W dragster, big block Chevy powered. 446 down to the 444 for Dave Batchelor, top dragster car. Kalipski goes 007 red. Dave Batchelor 012 on the tree, runs 445 on a 444 at 156 miles an hour. Next up in the Freeland side, Chet Dragon out of Huntington Mills, PA, 32 Bantam Roadster down to 635. 487, Jeff Seaman out of Shoemakersville in the 2007 rear engine dragster. Into 5 and 6 at this time. There goes Mark Siegel out of Flemington, New Jersey in the 03 undercover chassis machine, the Race Tech dragster. One run under by go over in the Beyonder race. This must. Well, they had identical 039 reaction time. Double breakout win. John Binkle goes in 1197. 2, and it was for Jacob an 1196.8. By about 4 thousandths of a second, John Binkle moves on. Noah Smith, big 55 Chevrolet up against Don Metz's 87 Pontiac Firebird. This one is decided at the start. Noah Smith, red lights in the way, 003 red. Don Metz goes 019 D2. 55 Chevy, A.C. Smith up against John Grader, the 70 Torino. Getting it done here in our 1150 category. And a double breakout win for A.C. Smith, 11.499, losing 11.47. So A.C. Smith goes to round number 2, and that is it, folks, for 1150 index. Here we go with the 10-0 cars. First pair out for 10-0, it is Mad Dog in the 1980 Capri, George Martinelli, a little blown 32 highboy. George Martinelli goes red by 4 thousandths. Hands the race over to Mad Dog. And stopping at 1 and 2. You got to make it down here. Pro buybacks. 1 and here's Dan Watson. He calls Lou's Toy up against Chris Sikorsky, 67 Le Mans. And Dan Wally advances, goes 10:03 at 123. The loss was a 10:04 at 127. Bo Bladuck out of Feasterville, 88 Trans Am sits in our Harley Davidson lane. Kevin Mendenhall on the Biondo side, 66 Chevy 2. Kevin Mendenhall takes the win, goes at 10:03 at 107. The loss was a 10:03.0. This was decided to treat 0:30 to an 0:59. Next up, Friedland Harley Davidson side. That is Philo McTabney up against Ron Reese. 74 Chevy Nova up against the Camaro here at Towerside. Malone picks up the win, goes a 10:09 at 134 miles an hour. The loss is an off-pace 10:21 at 127. Up on the line, 2007 Mustangs, Paul Revedis up against Dave Mizzles, 1990 Mustang. Arvadis picks up the victory. Goes 10:04 at 134. The loss was at 10:06 at 134. Take a look at the tree. It is a 4/10,000ths of a second margin to victory. Brings up the Mustang and Jack Mullins here. Tower side lane and Keith Zimmerman out of Ephrata, 69 Camaro. And on to round number 2 goes Keith Zimmerman, 10:10 at 126. The loss was at 10:03 at 135. Keith was 0:11 on the tree to 104. Ray Brandon on a bye run, 69 Chevelle out of Holland, PA. All right, this is final call, pro buybacks, final call into 1 and 2, please. And makes it down there 10:007 at 133. All right, so that wraps it up for round 1 for the index cars. Right now we have our Pro No Box. This is going to be the buybacks. Pro Dial, we're going to put you on standby. As soon as we get some room here, we are going to put you in the lanes. So Pro Dial, this will be your first round of eliminations. You're on standby right now. Hey, we chose some random winners as we have some ATI swag, we have some VP jugs, and I believe fire extinguishers up at the ATI tent. We just randomly chose right now 4 tech cards. And once you get up to the ATI tent, you can take your pick of whichever gift that you would like. So here we go. Chris Connor, his card number C158. Don Garloff, V108. Ryan Rubel, card 1520, and Steve Vanderkernest, card number C150. So as soon as you get a chance, like I said, I know you're in competition, but you can head up to the ATI tent, and again, you will have your choice of gifts. Once we get all of those handed out, we will choose more. Well, here we go. This is going to be pro buybacks. Danny Tice, Towerside Lane, in Monte Carlo SS, dialed in at 1186. 1507 for Tim Mizzle, 2012 Chevy van. And Danny Tice picks up the win. Goes in 1191 on the 1186. 024 in the tree. Tim's losing time, 1510 on the 1507. Brachio 1967 Mercury Cougars dialed in at 926. And Paul Costley in the Costley toy. Monte Carlo occupies the Biondo Racing side. Red light start for Ray in the near side. 021 red light. Paul Costley goes 006 on the tree. Dotted 1138. Runs in 1136 at 117. Tim Vaught, 1978 Malibu, is in the Breland Harley-Davidson side, down in 1019. 1655 for Nate Mendenhall in the big Suburban. Oh, I'm starting to make a mistake here. It's Silverado pickup. Well, the chase is on. Green lights a pair. See what happens here at the far side. 2000s apart at the start. And Tim Vaught picks up the win with a 10-23 on the 10-19 to 123. The loss, a 16-75. Well off pace. Burnout's now complete. Emily Allenbach in the S10 pickup truck is down to 10-23-907 for Mark Price with that Mustang. And Emily Allenbach is your winner. Goes 10-24 and 10-23. She was 0-54 on the tree. Thousands apart. Mark Price goes 909 on the 907 on the loss. 10 thousandths was that margin of victory. This is Rob Fortuna. 1921 is the dial. Ryan Rubel, 1179. Long wait. Pair of green lights. We'll take our pro dial into 5 and 6 at this time. Pro dial into 5 and 6, please. Pro dial. We need you into 5 and 6. Round 1 eliminations. Ryan Rubel advances, goes in 1181 on the 1179 to 108. The loss was a big breakout, 1907 on the 1921. So pro dial. We need you into 5 and 6. Round 1 eliminations. Joe Shank, 70.5 Camaros up into Breland Lane. His dial's a 1028 to a 1060 for Brian Tordella in the Biondo side. Red light start for Brian. 064, hands race over to Joe Shank. Dial to 1028, goes to 1024 at 127. Terry Nyman out of Pottstown is ready to go at a tower side 68 Nova small block machine down to 1014. 965 for Mark Price and his Mustang. And Terry Nyman advances with a 10-15 win on the 10-14. 0-33 on a tree. Mark Price. 964.3 out by 7 thousandths of a second. And this is Paul Stravinsky out of Ringtown. 73 Dodge Dart Sport. Dial to 901, 1106. Terry Benton in the 2004 GTO. Then Paul Stravinsky gets down to the other side, goes a 901.8 on the 901. Losing effort of an 11.07 on the 11.06. Up comes Randy Shiley at a Likens PA 9 flat dial in the 2002 Camaro. And Brad Northrup, 949 is the guest for the Camaro. Pro Dial, you've been called. We need you into the lanes. Pro Dial, into the lanes. Well, a pair of green lights for these guys. Let's see what happens at the big side. Brad Northrup advances. 952 on a 949, 134 miles an hour, 902 on the loss, 150, 68. Caparose, 66 Chevy Nova, got the big wing on the back. And then going to the next round is Mike Dugan, not the better reaction time. It was a 969 on a 968 at 136. 903 on the loss on the 896 could not cover the number. Brings up Ivan Newman behind the wheel of that pretty cool Mustang, dialed in at a 1033, 1091 for Dave Harvey. 80s, that is the Dodge Dart. down to the big side. It's going to be Ivan Newman onto the win. 1037 on a 1033. 014 on the tree. The loss was a 1090 on a 1091. Run out for Dave. Paul Northrup is up next. 1150 dial to a 1013 for Brian Lutz out at Anvil. 1982 Mustang. And Paul Northrup is your winner. Runs an 11:55 and 11:50 at 105. The losing effort, a 10:17 on a 10:13 at 128. All right, Kevin Mendenhall on his competition bye, all set to go here. 10 flat on the car. Here we have our pro dial over in 5 and 6, and they're going to be next. This will be their first round of eliminations. And goes 009 on the tree. And down to the big side. Stops the timers, goes at 10:02, 108. Looks like we are now ready for Pro Dial. All right, folks, here we go. This is going to be Pro Dial, round number 1. Blaze Rain, Tower Side, down in 1189, doing 10 flat for Ray Anderson. This one is done at the start. Ray Anderson, a big 088 red light. Blaze Rain going to be the winner. Dialed at 1189. Runs at 1185 and 111 miles an hour. That makes room for Mad Dog in the 80 Capri. Then flat dialed on 1176. Jacob Mattis, 2014 Mustang. Now this is going to be decided the other side. Both of them leaving behind green lights. Jacob Mattis advances in round number 2, goes at 1183 on the 1176. The loss was a 1011 at 126, and I think they were looking at each other about 1,000 foot, playing with the throttle. Jacob Mattis advances. Al Burke up next, 1996 Mustang out of New Jersey, dialed in 1025, 1265. Camaro over to the far side. And Al Burke is your winner. Goes 10:54 on a 10:25 and 105 miles an hour. The loss was a 13:01 on to 12:65 at 108. That's going to bring up the 96 Corvette. Rich Selesky out of Bear Creek, Pennsylvania, down to 11:52 and 9:69. The far side Camaro. And far side picks up the wing. It was a 974 and a 969 and 127. The loss was an 1148 breakout on the 1152. Aaron Stoker is our next competitor. 883 dial tower side Chevy Vega. Wesley Dalrymple driving a 1982 Mustang ragtop. Dial 1075. Well, a couple of good reaction times right there, and Aaron Stoker a little bit better. 006 to 011 goes 885 on the 883 at 150. The loss was a 1079 on a 1075. Ray Barlow, our next competitor, 1996 Mustang in the Breland side. Jeff Hughes over at the Biondo Racing Products side. 1354 dial. Right about 4-second head start. Is a red light start for Jeff Hughes. 051 red. Ray Barlow goes 040 on the tree. And he takes it down across the quarter-mile stripe, goes at 967 on the 965, 139. Brings loose toy up to the line, 1975 Mazda. Dan Wally, the driver, out of Reading, Pennsylvania. 10-0 is the dial. Jeff Krasinski, 884 dial. A couple of tough customers right here. Double breakout contest. Jeff Krasinski takes this one. Goes 883.9 out by 1,000s. Dan Wally goes triple nines with the 2 out by 8,000s. And the most, Dan Wally had the better reaction time. 013 to 040. The Jeff Krasinski moves on. Melanie Murphy, 1989 S10. The dial is a 1067. 1153. John Schaefer's looking for it. For the 1990 S10. And Melanie Murphy's your winner, goes at 1141. On the 1067 at 93 miles an hour. The loss is a slowed 1401 at 66. That makes room for Frida Schaefer in the tower side. 1990 Mustang down to 1247. 904 for Vinny Domino. And Vinny Domino moves on. 9:041 on the 9:04. 037, the better light. Frida Schaefer goes a 12:47.9 on a 12:47. With that 055 cost her at the start. Todd Stephenbeck, 1969 Camaro's up next here at the Freeland Harley Davidson side. 895 down on 10 flat for George Martinelli and a little below 32 high. George Martinelli gets it done, goes 10:04 on the 10 flat with a 000 reaction time. The loss was an 896 on an 895 at 149. Up next, the Hoover Family Racing Camaro. This is Brian Hoover doing the driving. 10:25 down to 10:06 for Vinny Baraka out of Norristown. 67 Firebird. And Brian Hoover takes the win, goes a 10:28 on a 10:25 at 124 miles an hour. The loss, a 10:17 on a 10:06 at 134. Jeremy Stoker's our next competitor here in the Freeland side. 10:08 dial, 10 flat for Jack Mullins over at the far side with the Mustang. Jeremy Stoker moves on to the next round of competition here in Pro Dial. Goes a 10-15 on a 10-08 to 124. The loss of 10-14 on the 10 flat dial, 134. 65 Chavelle's Jake Narr. Has a 9.23 on the window. Eugene Nicole set to go in the Biondo Racing side. Down at 10-12. And Jake Narr moves on. 9.24 and a 9.23 guess at 142. Losing effort of a 10.17 on a 10.12. This is Rod Razor, 1981 Ford Fairmont wagon, dial 1251. This is a red light start of 003 Bill Dazzi, 000. It's the second one we've seen today in this class in eliminations. Winning time, 12:55 and a 12:50 at 109. Jason Lieber, our next competitor, set to go with the 80 Plymouth Ferrari. 11:15 to a 9.77 for Kevin Core. Jason red lights this way, 005 red. Kevin Core will advance. He dialed a 977 and through the quarter mile eyes runs a 1060 at 95 miles an hour. He's a little bit slowed at the top end. Super Pro, door car, buybacks, you are on standby. We're going to call you in very shortly. So if you want to get into the buybacks and Super Pro door car, be ready, because we're going to call you here in just a bit. Bob Hoffner out of Stroudsburg, PA, 65 Malibu, dialed at 12:35 is going to be your winner. Paul Costley going way red. So Bob Hoffner goes 074 in the tree. Dialed at 12:35 and runs 12:38 at 107. That's going to make room for Dave Mizzle, Tower Side Lane, 1990 Mustang. 10 flat dial to a 1020 for John Jenkins, 72 F100 pickup. And John Jenkins picks up this victory, 10-24 and a 10-20 at 118 miles an hour with a losing effort of a 10.008. But dead late at the start was 204. John Jenkins 063. Resurrection Vega, Tower Side Lane, is Don Garloff. 905 dialed and 1160 for Dave Henry in the Biondo side. And Don Garloff picks up the win. 907 and 905, 140 miles an hour. The losing effort of an 11:59.7 out by 0.03 of a second. There's a 3/10,000ths margin of victory. Steve Pinter is our next competitor here. Tower Side Lane, 78 Firebird. Sean Mattis, far side. Identical 1150s. Well, they're both dialed 1150, and they both had 003 on the tree. Steve Pinter picks up the win, 11:57.6 to the 11:57.8. A 0.02 margin of victory for the Firebird. Jednar's Camaro down in 895 to a 10 flat for Chris Sikorsky, 67 Le Mans. Chris going red, 009 red. Jednar 007 green. Let's put our Super Pro door cars in 1 and 2 for the buybacks. Super Pro door car buybacks 1 and 2 at this time. Super Pro door car buybacks 1 and 2, please. Jednar runs an 894.7. Chris Connor ready to go with a 1011 up against Bill Wackerman's 1147. Bill Wackerman takes the win, goes at 11:48 on the 11:47 at 1:15, a loss of a 10:19 on the 10:11 at 1:27. Dave Revadis out of Atco, New Jersey, 2007 Mustang, dialed a 10 flat to the 910 for Mark Price, 67 Mustang. And Mark Price picks up this victory, 920 on a 910 at 134. The loss was a 1016 on a 10 flat. Mark Price is your winner. John Northrup, Chevy Camaro down to 1050, 1108 for Mike Vanderhump. It's 1984 Cutlass. And Mike Vanderhubel picks up the win, goes at 11:09 on the 11:08 at 1:18. A losing effort of a 10:46 on the 10:50 at 1:29. Benny Tice ready to go here with the Monte Carlo SS. His dial 1187 and 907 on the truck, far side. John Palacio. As we are starting to get to the end of our Pro Dial, we have our Super Pro door car buybacks in 1 and 2. If you are one of them and you're not down here, you're going to be late, so make your way down here for the buybacks. That wind does go to the far side. 907, a little bit better on the tree. Goes 907.6 on the 907. The breakout loss was an 1185 on the 1187. Brad Northrup set to go with the 951 here in the Breland Harley Davidson side. Yonder Racing side is Ron Reese. Dialed a 1009, 74 Chevy Nova. And Brad Northrup is your winner. 951.1 on the 951 dial. 030 on the tree, not the better light. The loss was a 1011 on the 1009 008 light. It was a thousandths and a half margin of victory. Duncan up next here, 67 Camaro, dialed a 968 1008. Mark Pettit on in the far side, John Doe Racing side. And Mark's going to pick up this easy win. Goes a 10:20 on a 10:08 to 122. The loss was a 9:70 on a 9:68, but 3:17 from Mike Duncan cost him that race. Tim Vought's our next competitor here. Tower side lane dialed at 10:18. 11:79 for Ryan Rubel, Bianco race side. We're counting them down here in Crodiah. And Tim Vaught picks up the win with a 10:20, a 10:18, 127 miles an hour, 11:82 on the loss on the 11:79. Let's take our dragster buybacks. Dragster buybacks into 3 and 4, please. Dragster buybacks. Dragster buybacks into 3 and 4, please. John Schaefer, Keith Zimmerman ready to battle it out here. John Schaefer, 1150 dial. 10 flat for Keith. And it is John Schaefer onto the win. Goes at 11:51 on the 11:50 at 112 miles an hour. The losing effort, a 10:05. Not the Better Lake won that one. This is Kevin Mendenhall out of Parkersburg, 66 Nova. 10 flat down to 10:19 for Tim Allenbach out of Reading, 2000 S10. And Tim Allenbach's your winner, 10:22 on a 10:19 at 126. The loss at 10:01 on a 10 flat at 110 miles an hour. Hey, Super Pro Dragster buybacks. We need you into 3 and 4 at this time. Super Pro buybacks. Dragsters, 3 and 4, please. We need you down here. Dave Honey, Robert Croce, a 10:85 to a 17:14 with the Suburban. Well, pair of green lights. That Suburban tapping the brakes already. It might be a little premature. Dave Honey drives around him, goes at 10:95 on a 10:85 at 105 miles an hour. The loss was a 17:25 on a 17:14 at 79. Super Pro Dragster buybacks, 3 and 4 right now, please. Joe Dietrich on a buy run, 68 Camaro down at 868. This is going to be the last call for Door Car, Super Pro buybacks, and Dragster buybacks. Last call. And Joe goes, 91 on the tree, dialed at 868. It runs in 871, 154 miles an hour. Hey, we drew a couple more tech cards for the random gifts up at the ATI tent. You can take your pick. We have a bunch of ATI swag, BP fuel jugs, and fire extinguishers, I believe it is. So the drivers of these cars just stop up to the tent at your convenience. Steve Van Crest, that is car C150. Tim Vaught, V132. Emily Sabo, car 1888, and Barry Gertz, car 1980. If we called your name, stop up the ATI tent, you got your choice. Again, we have a bunch of ATI swag. We have BP fuel jugs and complete fire extinguishers. So again, that is Steve Vandercrest. It is car C150, Tim Vaught, B132, Emily Saber, 1888, and Barry Gertz, 1980. So if you called your name, going up, it is your choice, whatever you want. Stop up to the ATI tent. All right, next up.
Cutting-edge technology, attention to detail, and rigorous testing under race conditions are the principles that make ATI Performance products great. For more than half a century, we've been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and we want to make our passion your performance. Get the whole ATI Performance product story at ATIRacing.com.
SRS Fitness, Inc. is an independent service company that provides prompt professional repairs by certified trained technicians. Preventative maintenance community. We serve customers in the Mid-Atlantic region. We realize that a positive professional relationship with our clients is as important as repairing their fitness equipment. Dedication to customer satisfaction is the key to our success. Our goal is to proficiently repair your fitness equipment while providing an outstanding customer experience. We handle most major brands and proudly serve the needs of commercial, corporate, industrial, government agencies, and residential customers. Our technicians boast several decades of industry knowledge, and they look forward to helping you fix your stuff. Please visit our website at www.srsfitnessinc.com to learn more.
All right, folks, here we go. This is Super Pro Door Car buybacks. First up, Ray Keown in that 67 Mercury Cougar. Very cool looking entry, as a matter of fact. 589 is the dial. 681 for Carly Wolf behind the wheel of the Mustang. And the win goes to Carly Wolf. Better Light 007 runs a 685 on the 681 and 97. The loss was a 587 on the 589. Rick Mattinelli. Chevy Camaro. Tower side lane down to 608 to a 605 for Mike Barber in that very cool 92 Fox body Mustang. Rick Mattinelli goes 001 red. Mike Barber 015 on the tree. Dial to 605, goes 606 and moves on. That makes room for Scott McCormick. 1970 Nova SS, 601 dial to a 551 for Dom Balducci in that Race Tech Roadster. And Scott McCormick moves on 601-2 on the 601-009 on the tree. Dom loses with a 552 and a 551. Here is Brian Nolf out of Bangor, PA, 1984 Chevy Corvette. Dialed 556, 590 for Dalton Rolls out of Muncie, PA, in the very cool pickup truck. This one is decided at the start. 003 red light for Dalton Rolls. 003 green for Brian Nolf. And the winner runs a 556-6 on a 556 and moves on to the next round, Jack Ostrowski. Just completed his burnout with that blown big block dragster down to 440. 464 for Matt Recolaitis out of Squireville. Jack Ostrowski picks up the win, goes 441 on the 440, 155 miles an hour. The loss was a 465 on the 464 at 148 a 6,000ths margin of victory. All right, at this time, we will take 1250 index into 1 and 2. 1250 index into 1 and 2, please. 1250 index. round, and we will need you into 1 and 2. Here's Hako and Vinny Bronca. 441 down to a 478. Jimmy picks up the win. Goes 003 on the tree. Goes 442 on a 441. And he goes to the next round of competition. Bob Kolipski, Madison Township, PA, 07 S&W Dragsters on a 445. 463 for Vinny Domino out of Queens, New York. 2013 Race Tech Dragster. And Bob Kolipski is your winner. Runs a 445.9 and a 445 at 154. The loss was a 464 and a 463. 12 thousandths margin of victory. And George Gentile, 2005 Race Tech Dragster down to 471. 469 for Tim Armstrong out of Belleville and the 2012 M&M chassis. So again, we need 1250. 1250 into 1 and 2. 1250 that remain into 1 and 2, please. George Gentile is going to be your winner. Goes a 471.7 or a 471. 009. The loss was a 470 on a 469. 12 thousandths in that market. Bill Marone is up next out of Emmaus, Pennsylvania. His dial 455, 491 for the dragster in the far side. So 1250, you should be making your way into lanes 1 and 2. You're going to be next. This is done at the starter. Red light of an 013. Bill Marone is going to be your winner. 009 on the tree. He runs 455.6 on the 455 in advance. Amanda Boychesko ready to go in the Freeland Harley-Davidson lane. Down in the 484 and 483. And the Beyond the Race side is Steve Dunn. We are counting them down here in our Super Pro Dragster buybacks. And Steve Dunn picks up the win. He goes 001 on the tree. Runs a 487 on the 483 at 138. The loss was a 488 on the 484. It was a 7-thou margin of victory. Nina Regenanello, 19 Race Tech Dragster down into 464, 489 for Jeff Seaman out of Shoemakersville. And Nino picks up the win, goes a 466 on the 464, 001 on the tree. Losing effort of a 488, 4 out by 6 thousandths of a second. And Cody Hoover occupies the near side. Down into the 479, 459 for Chris Beauchamp. All right, right now we will take our 1150 category into 3 and 4. 10 O's into 5 and 6. 1150 into 3 and 4, and 10-0 into 5 and 6. Cody Hoover moves on to the next round of competition, runs a 479.3 on a 479. 038, not the best lane. 025 for Chris, but he goes a 461 and a 459. 4 thousandths margin of victory in that race. Bill Boyko is in the tower side. A 470 and a 454 for David Rubel. Dave Rubel is going to be your winner, 455 on a 454 and 151 miles an hour. Dragster in the near side, 477 to a 453 for Jeff Krasinski in his 2012 undercover dragster. And Jeff Krasinski picks up the win, goes a 453.1 on a 453 at 149 miles an hour. The loss was a 477.3. At 144, the difference was on the tree. Jeff goes 012 to an 019. Jack Grader, a bye run, set to go with a 527 on the window of that 88 Ford Thunderbird. Some careful staging down there. 67 Cougar in the far side. It is a red light. 009 Jack Grader is going to be your winner. Runs a 528 on 527 and 131 miles an hour. That will wrap it up for Super Pro buybacks. We have our index cars in the lanes, 1250 or 1 and 2, 1150 in 3 and 4, and 10-0 in 5 and 6.
Okay, concession stand will be closing at 3:30. Concession stand will be closing at 3:30. Fuel will be shutting down at 3:30.
All right, our
Concession
fuel
stand
station will be
and
closing
fuel
down.
closing and shutting down at 3:30.
Time if you need some fuel, you want to head up at this time because it is going to close at 3:30. We need car 1861 in for 10-0 index. 1861, we need that car down here right now for 10-0 index.
So once it does that, it's qualified to start racing. Oh, you wouldn't see that in competition.
All right, folks, here we go. It is time for a 1250 index. Don Razor, Towerside Lane, 1981 Fairmont Wagon, and Bill Doxey, 1968 Camaro. Bill Doxey, red lights on the way, 005 red light. Don Razor's your winner, goes 020 on the tree. Takes it down to the big side with a 1251 at 107. Paul Northrup up next here in the Breland Harley-Davidson side. Don Metz in the Biondo Waste Products lane. Red light start for Paul Northrup. 007 red hands this race over to Don Metz. And gets it done with a 1248 at 108. Let's get Pro into the lanes. Pro into 1 and 2, Pro. Second round into the lanes. 1 and 2, Pro to the lanes. Get drivers, we need you to move. We call you. We have rain on the way. We're hoping it'll go around us, but we don't know. So you got to get into the lanes when we call you. Pro 1 and 2 that remain. John Bingle gets it done on the bye run with a 1237. And that is it for the 1250. Here we go with 1150 category. Bill Volsky all set to go here with the index as we are counting them down in round number 2. In 1150, Michelle Harvey, far side. Well, both of them leaving behind green lights this time as we count them down here in round number 2 for 1150. And Bill Volsky picks up the win with an 1152, 106. The loss was an 1154, 20 thousandths margin of victory. 96 Corvette of Rich Soluski out of Bear Creek, PA. Up against Brad Northrup. Far side, Silver Ship Bell. And Brad Northrup, red lights in the way, 009 red. Corvette goes 036 on the trip. And taking it down across the quarter mile stripe, runs at 11:45 and 120 miles an hour. And this is Bill Cohen, Towerside Lane, dialed. They're running in the 1150 category. Dave Harvey is his opponent, 79 Le Mans. And going to the next round will be Bill Cohen. 001 on the tree goes an 11.58 as he had some room at the big side. The loss was an 11.55. Jeremy Bartman, 73 Duster, up against A.C. Smith with a 55 Chevy. Jeremy Bartman, red lights it away, 002 ready. A.C. Smith is your winner. So, Pro, you should be coming into 1 and 2. Actually, you should be here. AC runs on 11.53 at 1:15. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will conclude for the second round in the 11.50 category. 10-0. Round 2 is next. Here we go, the 10-0 Index. This is Kevin Mendenhall out of Parkersburg, 66 Chevy 2. Keith Zimmerman out of Ephrata, 69 Chevy Camaro. Kevin Mendenhall is going to be your winner. 10.005 to a losing 10.05. And he had a bunch of room at the big side. Mad Dog in the 80 Capri into Freeland Harley Davidson side up against Paul Relitis in the Biondo Race Product side. Paul Revatus red lights it away, 009 red. Mad Dog goes 006 on the tree. 10-0 is the index. He's just taking it easy going down through there. With 17.04 as he's slowed to make sure that he was just taking it easy and that nothing happened. Ray Brandon is our next competitor here at Towers side, 69 Chevelle up against Falone McTabney. Chevy Camaro. Ray Brandon's your winner. 10.05 at 125. The loss was a 10.09 at 134. And it's going to be Dan Wally on the bye run, 75 Monza. The Lose Toy car. And hanging them high goes 007 Reaction Time. Taking it across the stripe goes 10.01 at 124, and that is it for the index cars. Round number 2. Pro are in the lanes, and they are set to go. All right, folks, here we go. Count them down in pro. Round number 2, Danny Tice out of Bridgewater, New Jersey, 68. Well, that is actually a Monte Carlo SS, dialed an 1186. 870, Joe Dietrich out of Valley, Pennsylvania, behind the wheel of his very cool Camaro. And Danny Tice picks up the win. 1191 on the 1186, 108 miles an hour. Triple eights on the loss, a little bit off pace for Joe. John Northrup is their next competitor. Dial 1050 to a 1007 for Roy Hall out of Emmaus, Pennsylvania with the 83 Firebird. John Northrup red lights it away. 022 red. Roy Hall's going to be your winner. And the winning time is a 10:09 at 134. Brings up the 70.5 Camaro. That's Joe Shank. His dial 1025. Emily Sabo out of Bloomsburg. 73 Nova's dialed at 1050. Emily's day is done with a 025 red light. Joe Shank advances. Dialed at 1025, goes 1026 at 127. Here comes the 80 Malibu of Chris Connor, Breland Harley Davidson side, dialed at 1015. Yonder Race Product side, it's Ron Reese, 74 Nova, the 1009 dial. And a double breakout victory for Ron Reese. Goes a 10:07 on a 10:09 at 124. The loss was a 10:12 on a 12:15, out by 3. Ron Reese advances. Tim Vaught, 78 Malibu. Dialed in at a 10:18 and a 9:63 for Kyle Thor out of Myers Neck. And Tim Vaught is your winner. 10:20 on a 10:18 at 128. A lot better light. 013 to 043 did it for him. Jeremy Stoker, Brian Volman set to go. Brian Volman driving the S10 pickup down to 1923 to Jeremy Stoker's 10:08 entry. Well, both of these cars went 0.31 on the tree. Jeremy Stoker drives around him at top end with a 10.11 on the 10.08 at 130. The loss was a 19.30 on the 19.23 at 67. Kevin Fahey, 2015 Charger out of Old Forge, PA, is dialed in to 12.32. 11.83 for Ryan Rubel. Kevin Fahey, 002 red light, hands his race over to Ryan Rubel. Down at 11.83, runs 11.81 at 112 miles an hour. Here we go with Mike Dugan down to 970 to a 10.09. That is Shane Nichols. Mike Dugan throws it away. 007 red light. Shane Nichols advances. He dialed in at a 10.09. Taking it into the quarter mile stripe. Runs a slowed 15.18 at 61 miles an hour. All right, and it looks like we got him going there at top end. He's almost cleared on the return. Monte Carlo down to 9.54 to an 11.36. That is Paul Costley, 80 Monte Carlo. And Paul Costley takes the win, goes an 11.46 on 11.36 at 109. At 0.41 lane, his opponent had 008, but made it about 100 feet and something went wrong. That's moving. Next up, Ray Barlow, 1996 Mustang, down to 966 to a 973. Gabe Ernest, 57 Camaro. Ray Barlow picks up the win, goes a 966.4, 137 miles an hour. The loss was a 971 breakout on the 973. Next competitor, Tom Harhart out of Ealesburg, 62 Impala down to 1425. 10.05 for Shannon Fordyce in the Mustang. And Tom Harhart is your winner, 14:32 and a 14:25. He went 009 on the trade, losing effort of a 10:07 on a 10:05. All right, and we are on hold as we are starting to get some moisture. We see it on our windows. People are holding their hands up. All right, we see everybody running for shelter at this time. And we got a report it is coming down on top end as well. Folks, we are going to go on hold. It looks like the rain may be with us for a little bit, so we're going to keep an eye on things, make some decisions as time goes. Right now, we are on hold. And while we're on this delay, we had chosen some other folks for random gifts. Again, you can take your pick up at the ATI tent. This would be a good time to do it. Steve Van Crenest is car number C150. Tim Vaught, car V132. Emily Sabo, car 1888. And Barry Gertz, car 1980. You can report up to the ATI tent, and you will have your choice of either ATI swag, VP fuel jug. I think they have a fire extinguisher as well.
Cutting-edge technology, attention to detail, and rigorous testing under race conditions are the principles that make ATI Performance products great. For more than half a century, we've been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and we want to make our passion your performance. Get the whole ATI Performance product story at ATIRacing.com.
SRS Fitness Inc. is an independent service company that provides prompt professional repairs by certified and factory-trained technicians, preventative maintenance, and parts to the fitness community. We serve customers in the Mid-Atlantic region. We realize that a positive professional relationship with our clients is as important as repairing their fitness equipment. Dedication to customer satisfaction is the key to our success. Our goal is to proficiently repair your fitness equipment while providing an outstanding customer experience. We handle most major brands and proudly serve the needs of commercial, corporate, industrial, government agencies, and residential customers. Our technicians boast several decades of industry knowledge, and they look forward to helping you fix your stuff. Please visit our website at www.srsfitnessinc.com to learn more.
Okay, attention in the pits. We all got the same weather look. And it looks like we might be done for the night. So, I'd start putting your stuff away. In a few minutes, we'll have a final thought on this, and then we'll calculate the breakdown. So as of right now, I'm pretty sure we're going to call it because we get an opening for about an hour, but it's going to take us 2 hours to dry. So, give us a few minutes, and we'll start to figure the breakout. We'll call you when we're ready for payouts.
All right, if I could have your attention, please. The Northeast Index Racer up at the ATI tent. I just got a call. A lot of folks were still uncertain what we were doing. The announcement was made. We are definitely pulling the plug, and we are going to get things figured out as far as the payout and so forth. It'll take a little bit of time to work on that, so just hang tight, and we'll get things announced as they happen. Also, we're getting together with the 50-50 tickets. We'll announce that in a little bit. The same with the raffles. As soon as we get everything compiled, all the numbers that we need, so forth, whenever I get the information up here in the tower, I will go ahead and announce all of those. But racers that were still in, just hang tight. We are working on that, and we'll let you know when to come to the tower for payouts and so forth. So everybody just hang tight and just listen for the tower announcements. All right, folks, so a 50-50 ticket has been drawn. So if you bought one of the 50-50s up at the ATI tent or one of the girls walking around, just get your tickets out. I'm going to announce that number. Okay, the winning ticket for 50-50 is 416573. Again, 416573, and that is for $370. That is the half of the pot. Again, if you have that number, just report to the ATI tent and bring your ticket along with you and collect the cash. Again, if you do not have that number, I would hang on to that until I announce that we actually got a winner, just for the odd event that somebody had left already, and we may have to redraw. So again, the winning number, 416573, and hang on to your tickets until I announce that we definitely got a winner. All right, folks, and we did get a winner in the 50-50. Didn't take long for that person to come down. So we do have a winner for the 50-50. Now you can throw the tickets away. Mike Dugan, if you're still here, please come to the ATI tent. We have some money for you from yesterday, I believe it was. So Mike Dugan, if you're still here, see Bill Cohen down at the ATI tent. And he has some money for you.
Okay, Josh up in the tower says the payouts are ready. Josh, you know the guy who be here at 9:30, comes at 9:28. You know Josh, conscientious guy, amazing. Let alone 2 Girl Scouts beat him up in a bar one night.
All right, folks. So down at the ATI tent, they've been feverishly working on compiling all the information. We had the raffles, a lot of stuff going on this weekend, and a lot of folks were very patient with the rain and so forth. This kind of snuck up on us, so we had to try to get this done quickly as we could. So we drew for the raffles. So I have some information. The first one we're going to do is our ATI dampener. We have a winner on that. The ticket for that, it was an orange ticket, and the number is 984155. And I know some tickets were sold online through on the internet. I know some folks are still watching on Motor Mania. It's been just raining for an hour. It's kind of boring, but I know a lot of folks are waiting for these announcements. So the ATI dampener, that number is 984155. So you can check your tickets, and if you got a winner, okay, so again, for the dampener, that is 984155. If you have that winning ticket, please come to the ATI tent. All right, for our next one, we have the plate system, the restrictor plate system, and we have a winner on that. That is a blue ticket. So the winner of that is 254450. Again, for the restrictor plate system, the blue ticket is 254450. If you have that ticket, please report to the ATI tent. All right, for our next one is the ATI Super Case. And the winner, the lucky winner on that is Tim Vaught. Last name is Vought. Tim Vaught is the winner of the ATI Super Case. And again, you can report to the ATI tent and give you all the information. So we'll go over everything one more time. ATI for the dampener. An orange ticket was 984155. The restrictor plate system was 254450, and that is a blue ticket. The ATI Super Case, the winner is Tim Vaught. And he must be up from this area. It's a 570 phone number. Now for the ATI Super Case, we did announce the winner. They're currently still pulling to see who will be second and third. So for second place, it's $300, and for third, it is $150. So as soon as we get those pulled, we will announce those winners. All right, and then big congratulations going out to Tim Vaught. We have actually, they sent us a picture up here in the tower. Tim did receive his ATI Super Case. Great prize that is. And we are currently going to pull the tickets now for the second and third prize. Again, second 300, 150 for third. All right, folks, so we went ahead and we drew the tickets. Now, this is for the ATI Super Case, which was already won by Tim Vaught. So we pulled for second place, and that is Tom DeEno, a longtime Numidia racer, as a matter of fact. So, Tom, just report up to the ATI tent and bring your ticket along. This ticket number 1000 is the winner. For third place, winning $150 is John Schaefer Sr. It's ticket number 457. So congratulations to them. Just report to the ATI tent. Tom wins $300 and John $150. So report up there and pick up your cash. Okay, so we'll go one more time with the ATI Super Case, just in case anybody missed it. The ATI Super Case was won by Tim Vaught. He already picked that up. The second place in that drawing was for $300. That was Tom DeEno. And you can stop up the ATI tent and pick that up. It is ticket number 1000. And John Schaefer Sr. That's $150 for third place. That is ticket number 457. So again, just stop up the ATI tent and pick up your winnings. Okay, and we will announce the winner of the cruise along with the second and third place here in just a moment. All right, so we have one more award here, and that is for the Mexican cruise. So you can get your tickets out, but the winner is Mark Castor. Mark Castor, that is ticket number 595. Mark Castor, if you are still here, we need you to the ATI tent. Big congratulations on that. The winner of the cruise. All right, for the cruise raffle, second place. Now that is $500. And the winner of that is Harry Gerb, G-E-R-B. Harry Gerb, ticket number 456. And for the third place, $250, that is Vicky Mendenhall, ticket number 594. So again, second place, Harry Gerb, 456 is the ticket number. Vicky Mendenhall, third place, for 594 is the ticket number. So again, report to the ATI tent, please.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Ray Broach. No? I need Wayne Roach. Wayne Roach. Like Cockroach. Imagine they would name the guy Cockroach. Hey, Cocker. Hey, Roach. I need Wayne Roach and Ray Brandon. Back to the tower. Wayne Roach and Ray Brandon to the tower. Please, we made a mistake. We owe you some money.
All right, so we're going to announce one more time the ATI Super Case. We got a winner with Tim Vaught. For second place, Tom Diano. You want to go report to the ATI tent. That's $300 for second place, $150 for third place. And that is John Schaefer Sr. Again, Tom's winning ticket is number 1,000. John's winning ticket for third place is $457. For the cruise, again, Mark Castor is the winner of the Mexican cruise. Second place is Harry Gerb for $500. That is ticket $456. And for third place, $250, that is Vicky Mendenhall. Ticket number 594. We need everybody to come to the ATI tent, please.
Even got call for Wayne Roach. And here, Cockroach just walked in. Wayne Roach to the tower, please. And Ray Brandon. Wayne Roach and Wayne Brandon to the Ray Brandon.
You better write it down.
You ever watch that movie Yellowstone? They go Brandon all those guys up. That's it. Who's that for? Yellow to the tower.
Cutting-edge technology, attention to detail, and rigorous testing under race conditions are the principles that make ATI Performance products great. For more than half a century, we've been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and we want to make our passion your performance. Get the whole ATI Performance product story at ATIRacing.com.
SRS Fitness Inc. is an independent service company that provides prompt professional repairs by certified and factory-trained technicians, preventative maintenance, and parts to the fitness community. We serve customers in the Mid-Atlantic region. We realize that a positive professional relationship with our clients is as important as repairing their fitness equipment. Dedication to customer satisfaction is the key to our success. Our goal is to proficiently repair your fitness equipment while providing an outstanding customer experience. We handle most major brands and proudly serve the needs of commercial, corporate, industrial, government agencies, and residential customers. Our technicians boast several decades of industry knowledge, and they look forward to helping you fix your stuff. Please visit our website at www.srsfitnessinc.com to learn more.